moment while I line up. Yeah, so in case it's not obvious, that the title's no joke. Welcome to 2021. I feel like I should get up and move the camera. What is this one? Oh no. That's what I was doing. It's been a couple of weeks. I missed Christmas. I wasn't feeling good. Ooh, hey, Tig. So I know that there's like, I gotta get small and do some stuff, but just wanna see if there's anything that I can do easier when I'm big.
Sacre bleu! I wish my own descendants had your fighting instinct.
Oops. I have to remember how to get small. And the answer is, I have no idea. This looks strange here. So I don't like taking breaks from games.
your help out here on the battlefield.
Did you talk to Fred Bonaparte yet?
I mean, at least I know what I'm supposed to do now. I wonder if that's if this guy's the tag that I picked up. Just picked up a tag in the beginning. Yes, it is. Gotta get big to get small. Hey, Scupper Club. I couldn't be bothered to be fully awake. It's New Year's Day, so I'm just in the pull-out bed streaming. Cause I also still wanted to stream. What's this? This moves. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Oh, what's that? There's a blue thing up there. It makes me think that maybe it's a package. Maybe not. Oh! No! What? So one of my former colleagues, when I was a student, also did that. And he finished his thesis. I had actually it was an ex who was a professor who would grade. He would hide the names and everything, and he would grade on Twitch for similar reasons. Like at this point, Twitch is old enough that academics are all over it. I feel like none of us are really using the platform to its maximum capacity, and I include myself in there. But, you know, you start somewhere. Hey, Packer fan, how are you? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. This is how much energy I have. You're not getting any more today. I mean, I said that it would be on Christmas morning, and then I had a headache and I didn't. I had also said that I'd be on this morning, and I felt like missing 2 in a row. Like if I cancel beforehand, that's different, but like canceling 2 in a row last minute just seems not cool. So I'm laying out in, sorry, that black thing in the screen is my knee. I am in fact, I have a pull-out sleeper sofa, and I am in fact laying down in bed. For as much as I joke about sleeping late because I want to sleep late, I can't anymore. I don't really know why. So I was up until 2:30. And then I woke up at 9. Anyways. Oh, gross. You forgot your alarm? Shit, no, I wanted to use that. I'm really sorry to hear that. God damn it. I forgot how to play. I had all week off also. It was glorious. What button do I press to use the cobweb duster? Ugh. Alright. Can't be that, because that pushes the camera. This jumps. That puts it away.
Got it.
There it is. Triangle is the answer. Ah! I'm so glad I had a week off. It felt so good. What did you do with your week off? Scupper, you should have had, like, this week off also, right? You're in academia. What did you do? How do I get up there? There is... Oh, no. So I think I should be able to grab those bars going across. It's just a question of... You had 2 weeks off. I'll rub it in. This is why sometimes I want to leave academia. Oh, too bad there's a pandemic. If I would have known you were in Milwaukee, I'd been like, let's go get coffee. But I don't want to sit in a cafe right now. I know, that's true. Ah, fuck. Oh, Scupper Club, I did not know that. I'm sorry. I had no idea. Right. I think like that one might be too far. We probably want to go... Ooh. Is there a way to flip over? I think I can crawl up. So the last time I took real time off was last Christmas. Ooh. Wait, are you putting the DVD in parentheses because you prefer if I use that name? So what will you be doing for this virtual gathering platform. I am intrigued.
No.
I also wanted to say, so the whole I haven't had time off in a year thing that I was telling Packer Fan, that was not meant to be a brag, that I don't normally work like that. That was pandemic problems. I do not advocate that type of overwork. I know that some people do, which is why I wanted to clarify that. The circumstances of the pandemic just caused some unfortunate shit. I wonder if I can just get up there. Nope. Nope, that ain't happening. No, so oh, okay. So I remember, it's just, so when I first started streaming, I would accidentally dox people sometimes, which can be, you know, a very serious issue. So I have literally trained myself to refer to people by whatever I see on the screen. What, not taking vacations? I feel like there is a way. There it is. That's what I wanted. God, taking breaks from games is so bad. Yeah, because I mean, so normally, oh fuck. Normally I would have had off last spring break, right? But the pandemic hit literally just a couple days before spring break. And so then I had to rush and fuck, wrong button again. And make plans to put everything online, and then there was so much uncertainty that there was a lot of work, a lot of meetings and shit over the summer, so took no vacations. And that kind of bled all into this year, and so the first vacation I had was the one that I took this week. Cool. Yeah, I have some friends who essentially dox themselves, right? Like they don't care. And sometimes they'll even tell me like, "Oh, it's fine. You can call me blah blah blah." And I'm like, but for me, it becomes a habitual thing. And if I'm in the habit of always calling somebody by the screen name, then I won't accidentally do it. You know what I mean? And there had been a couple of times where I did dox somebody who did care. Shit. Oh. Fuck you, game. So I think I also have to be up there. Yeah, there's other shit up there. Fuck. I mean, at this point it's not too hard because it's not like I have 100 people in the stream. On my other channel where I teach, I don't remember anybody. Or at least I don't remember the real names plus aliases. So what happens is the students who are especially talkative, I'll get to know their alias, but I won't necessarily know who they are, like in the grade book, so to speak. Do I climb on this or do I jump? I don't know. I think jump is going to be the answer. So anyways, now we got into this like thing about doxing, and I don't think I actually got an answer. What are you doing for this, what are you doing for this new job? I'm very curious. Was I supposed to do something up there? I have no idea. No idea. The answer's gotta be yes, though, otherwise why would I be up there? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I've literally forgotten where I am in the game. I don't know how to go forward. I'm just going after fragments because I understand what they are. Ah! Ah! Oh! Get out of the water! Get out of the water! Oh my god. Ah! Yes, that is where I am. And I think I need to get the locals on board. And so, wait, wrong button. But nobody will let me recruit them because they said, like, I have to talk to restore the hopeless peasant's faith in Fred. That's it. I gotta get them to like Fred. Cold. Ugh. That's better. Okay. Talk to Fred. Get on the carpenter's roof and get some snails. Okay. Fred. I feel like, given the fact that, like, Fred has to do with some of the other things because of the restore the faith, I should do that. The knight was hungry and wanted snails. Okay. I want to talk to Fred first. Where is Fred? Wait, is Fred outside of the board game? I actually don't know.
Watch it.
I should really get my gun up in here. So do I have to? So I have to leave his head to talk to him?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Now I'm wondering if I just crawl out the side, if that will make me grow big. I can't figure out the champagne bottles. Oh, I can talk to the carpenter again? Okay, he was back this way, I think. Okay, that was the farmer. Yeah, but I can't figure out how to activate levitate as a parachute. That's my problem. Alright, no, that's the farmer. There, there it is. Oh, levitate doesn't work on the water. So I tried doing that last time. The whole parachute thing. And just couldn't figure it out.
Hey, how do I get up on your roof?
Well, I think you ventriloquist burglars usually walk across those ropes that are tied to my neighbor's roof.
No.
You know, I should really take those down with all the burglars we have walking around.
Oh, maybe I have to get on his roof first. Okay, alright, fine. Ventriloquist burglar, that's what they called me. Alright, so I went from there, and then it showed one from there. So I'm guessing we'll crawl up here. target lock to levitate float.
Yep.
Alright, let's try that. Let's just try to check the it's out. That's a fair thing. Let's baby steps this, hey? After jump, use the button to target lock to levitate float. So it would be... It's the same button, right? That's what we're... Oh, there it is. Okay, so now we know how to do that, but now that I think I should get into the carpenter first, I'm going to try that. Climb this shit? No? Maybe I should use this to get up. Alright, I have an idea. Okay, yes. No, get over. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Fred. The problem is people think you don't care.
What? I care. Then lead them to victory, Milky Toast. Shut up.
They think you don't care if they live or die.
What do they want from me? A notice on my official stationery that says I'd be sad if they died?
Yep.
Huh. Well, that doesn't work.
Let me guess. You give up?
Bingo! Ha! Another game at which I would surely defeat you. Hey, you take that little victory if you need it, tiny man.
Grab the coin from the fire. I don't remember. Oh, I did. I think that's this coin, right? The priceless coin. Okay. Alright. So now we just go back in. And should probably start with that whole roof gig, hey? There's trees on the way, and I just want to see. How do I get up there? The way the wood is, I feel like I should just be able to climb up. It kind of bugs me that I can't. What if? Fucking camera. I was just thinking from this house, right? Oh yeah, I could do that right away. Hello.
Hey, I have an important message from your fearless leader.
Oh my God! He does care! He does! I knew it! Fred Bonaparte is the greatest leader of all time! I can't wait to die for his cause!
Well, you might not die. You might win.
Hey, he's a great leader, but he's still Fred. Okay, hurl my innocent bones into the cruel machine of war. I'm ready.
Oops. Oh my god, need more coffee. The problem is I can't drink coffee without sitting upright. Wow. This is a 100% have to jump? What is happening? Why can't... Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even... What the fuck? Okay, let's just stop here. Pause, Raz. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, apparently. Be up on this other one? Oh, okay, good enough. I'm not sure how to keep control of these jumps. Okay, I'm just, I'm literally nervous, so I'm just taking a minute here. Right, so, wrong button. Alright, so I theoretically understand what I'm supposed to do, and now it's just a question of getting my fingers to do the thing. No! Oh my my god, I had it! I was right there. I was right there. Oh. Oh, okay, fine. I'm gonna set up so I can drink some freaking coffee. I'll be honest, it feels a little weird to drink coffee while lying in bed. Stupid game, stupid game. I mean, on a high note, I'm just happy that this was actually made for a console because okay. Here's my pet peeve rant of the day. Because I was trying to play Sims on the PS4 over my vacation. And I don't know if I'm going to do that anymore. Games that were made for computers that they then tried to port over to consoles always fucking suck. My biggest problem being it's so awkward at the top. My biggest pet peeve being unable to read the UI. I had the same problem with This War of Mine Little Ones, which is really unfortunate because that game is so amazing. And I want to love it. I want to love it on my PS4, but it just doesn't. So like, I'm here for this and these types of games on my PS4, and that's it. Anything else, I'm just not buying. I've had the problem one too many times. This is kind of frustrating. This is like when you're playing a TTRPG and like they make you roll for something. Like, oh my god. I was in the TTRPG once. And we were in a courtroom, and you know, I think it's called a banister? There's like, you have the people watching that are back here, and then you have this little, it's not even a wall, it's like a fence. And then you have the court proper in front of it, that thing. And our party had to get over it, and then we all started rolling like ones and twos, and the GM was like, oh my god, this wasn't supposed to be an obstacle. And then we're like, you shouldn't have made us roll for it though. So we had to climb over it, and we all fucking failed. It was ridiculous. And that's what I feel like with this goddamn ladder. Come on. Oh, it's infuriating. It is really infuriating, actually. I'm so done with it. How did I do it the first time? Did I levitate it? Nope. Maybe not. What if I just showed the letter to the carpenter. Does that work? Alright, where is he? Ugh.
Ow!
Wait, why can't I target lock you? Alright, so it's this button.
Hey, how do I get up on your roof?
Well, I think you ventriloquist burglars usually walk across those ropes that are tied to my neighbor's roof. You know, I should really take those down with all the burglars we have walking around.
Alright, whatever. Other things we can do. And maybe we come back to that if we have to. Alright, we need to move the militiaman. I'm wondering if I have to be big to do that. I feel like that's true. Alright, we need to get some snails also. Nope, I need the carpenter to repair the bridges. Great. Okay, so first things first, let's move the militiaman because why not?
Yep. Watch it. Ha. Hoo.
Where is he? Alright, move him next to Napoleon's guy. So good. Next to Napoleon's soldier. Is that the dude in the chair? Can I not go over the water? Oh, God. So I gotta do the bridge first. Okay.
Hoo.
And they're not gonna let me do this without the freaking rope shit, are they? Oh, maybe, you know. Because I can't get small without talking to the carpenter, right? I don't see a way around this without doing the carpenter roof thing. And I got up here twice, so it's obviously possible. I think this is actually a glitch to the wind type situation. I missed it. But at least I didn't fall all the way down. Wait, now the smoke is not blowing over there. I guess that didn't matter. Cool. Alright, we are up here. That's not terrifying at all! invisible. Yep. Oh, more.
This guy needs a duffel bag tag.
Oh, God.
This guy needs a duffel bag tag.
Oh.
This guy needs a duffel bag tag.
So what else is new? What did you do with your vacation, Packer fan?
Watch! This guy needs a duffel bag tag.
Oh, God. God. Oh, that's right. You mentioned that you were with your parents in Milwaukee for the first week. Do your parents live in Milwaukee, or why Milwaukee? Like, why not where you live? Ooh, so you got the house to yourself. Oh! Shit. I didn't know that. So do my parents. Oh wow, I thought you guys lived together I've thought that for quite a while now. I feel like, I don't know. Well, okay. When I had Oh, that makes sense. So when I had a single apartment and I lived by myself, I got all the alone time I wanted, so it didn't matter. Now that I have a roommate, it's the opposite, right? So like, I've had almost no alone time because of the pandemic. And that's not because I don't like my roommate. Play Scholar is amazing, and I'm actually really happy that I don't live alone during the pandemic. It's been great having her here. But I'm also the type of person where I need see, I need a balance of both. I need a little bit of social interaction, but I also need alone time. If I don't have any time alone, I get very like tense and anxious. So that's why my response was like, oh yay, you get alone time, because for me right now, alone time is like at a premium. Oh, no, I took the... Do you need... What, if I take that smokestack somewhere, does it go somewhere? I don't know. Structured. Interesting turn of phrase. Yeah, my roommate and I have, okay, so I was thinking that maybe that was what you meant, but I wasn't entirely sure. I mean, things we live and learn, right? My roommate and I have definitely compromised and learned things about each other. Now that we're living together. I know you guys don't live together, but you know, in a relationship, these things happen. So here's what I would say. Am I maxing the figs? Are those things I'm destroying? Are they figs? Yeah, I'm not sure what it is either. I don't know. So what I was gonna say to Packer fan while I'm waiting for DVD to tell us what achieving is. Oh, do you mean like achieving? Like trying to get all the things? So what I was gonna say is, Packer fan, you know what you could do? You could like plan a weekend and have it all worked out and then not tell Prince, because then for her it would feel spontaneous, right? So you could all just be like, just wake up on a Friday morning or a Saturday morning and be like, hey, let's get in the car, and just don't tell her what you're doing and then go do whatever you had planned.
Okay, you can come out. Burglar's gone.
Wow. You're pretty tough for a ventriloquist. Okay, here I come.
I'm like half Cheevan.
Just show me where there's some wood to work on, and I'll go to town.
Like, I'm definitely going after as many figments as I can get, but then also, if there's one where it looks like I'm gonna keep failing, I'll just not, because then it's not fun. Alright, so I'm actually gonna try... I have a feeling it's not gonna work, but I'm gonna try the telekinesis. While I'm small. Oh, so you guys did live together before? Or are you referring to live together when you were together for the couple of months during the pandemic? Sorry, this is getting real personal. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Yeah, I think I do need to be big. Alright. Okay. I am... Okay. I just wanted to say that because, like, if I ever ask a question and it's like, no, that's too far, you can just tell me. Like, I will never be offended if you're just like, no, I don't want to talk about that, or that's a boundary, or whatever. Like, because I know some people can get uncomfortable trying to maintain their own boundaries. So, because they'll be afraid that the person's going to be offended or feel bad or whatever, and I just want you to know, like, I won't. I understand boundary maintenance. Okay. So I think I need to get big in order to move these two guys. And I don't have... Oh, I do have this one. Ah! Okay, so probably have to move this guy over so that the carpenter can get to the bridge.
Oh, now who went and broke my beautiful bridge?
Yeah.
Don't worry, darling.
There we go.
Get you fixed up good as new in no time. Man, I am good.
I think I'm also cautious about that because a few years ago, before anybody here met me, before I streamed on my own channel, when I was only streaming on the group channel, I dated a streamer. And I was more open than him. So there were a few times, where he came to me later and was like, hey, I saw you talk about blah blah blah, can you please not do that? And I'm like, oh shit.
Die! I kill you!
Sacre bleu! I cannot believe it, Fred! You have
The
accidentally
biggest
done
problem
something
being
right!
is that because we had
but I'm afraid
occasionally
it's still
streamed
not enough.
together,
More
that meant that
manpower!
when I talked about
Ah, mon Dieu! I hate
him or our
bridges.
relationship, everybody knew exactly who I was talking about, right? Because we had publicly
Thank you for
streamed
killing my
together
father. Bridge!
as boyfriend
Hey,
girlfriend.
stop killing my bridges! You're making me mad!
Recruit another peasant? Ugh, God, all these peasants. Okay, but first of all, I think I should... Should I just, like, move the carpenter over there again, I think? Or wait, maybe I can't, because... What's that white thing? I just broke it. I don't know what it was. I hope it wasn't important.
Oh, now who went and broke my beautiful bridge? Don't worry, darling. We'll get you fixed up good as new in no time. Man, I am good.
Okay, so another peasant.
I'm recruiting for Fred Bonaparte's army, and Fred really cares.
What's the pay?
Hey, check out this coin I found.
Money!
Ooh,
Oh,
the
man!
coin.
Well, I'm off to die in battle, dear, for an incompetent leader who'll never know my name. I hope you remarry well.
More of that negative talk.
I just hope she doesn't spend it all on scrapbook making supplies. She's gone nuts about that stuff. Part of the reason I'm so ready to die. Anyway, let's go. War ahoy and all that stuff.
So what do y'all do for New Year's? What did y'all do for New Year's? Is the game audio too loud?
Watch it!
Naps. Low key, hey. I binged the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. Not the extended versions though. We don't have the extended versions. Sure, that makes sense. Duffel bag tag. I have friends all over the world, so I actually got my first New Year's message from a friend in New Zealand. Fucking, like, I was still not fully awake. And then and then I'll be honest, I was a little confused because, what was it? It was like noon or something, 11, I don't remember exactly what time. But then of course, it hit with my friends in Taiwan, in Iceland. Was that yesterday? I thought we were talking about the death of Flash earlier than that, but I also don't know because days seem to kind of run into each other during the pandemic. Anyone else notice that? Oops. What, not what I meant to do. I feel like there's something more up here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, but I'm here. Okay. Oh my god. You know what, whatever. Alright, we have the duffel bag tag. That was over by that one. Do I want to go all that way? Probably not. I think it was the, in the guillotine. Right? Where is it? The carpenter. I actually made it through the entire trilogy, which I did not think I would do, because it ended 2:30 in the morning. I wonder if I could just... cheat my way up there. Yeah, I can. Ha! Now I'm achievement hunting. You signed a confidential... Oh wait, I missed that. You signed a confidentiality agreement on New Year's? Is that what we're talking about? Okay, right, I need to get back. Nice! Your first day of week, your first day of work. It's like a vacation day. That's beautiful. Alright, hold on. With the newly recruited militiaman piece next to... Oh, that's it. Okay. Oh, that's right, the night! We haven't done the night yet. Okay.
I kill you!
Haha! Not bad, Fred. What? What I do? You're doing better than usual. And I hate to end the fun, but I guess it's time to put an end to this, as usual. Guard the bridge to the stronghold with your life!
None shall pass.
I had one job where I had to sign an NDA, but then like it was kind of weird because it was not very clear to me like what was off limits and what was on limits. It was a contractual type job, basically. I worked for a company in Asia that would send out me and other English speakers to corporations. And sometimes just to give English lessons or classes, but also sometimes if somebody had to say like travel and do like a presentation or whatnot, I would help with like editing the presentation, practicing presentations with them, going over meeting etiquette, stuff like that before business travel to Western countries. And I had to sign an NDA for this job, which makes sense because sometimes like with these presentations, I would be suddenly privy to like products that hadn't been released yet or services that weren't rolled out yet. And so some of it was really obvious, like, oh, I should not talk about this thing that's going to be rolled out. But the way I read the NDA was like, oh, I shouldn't even talk about what companies I'm being sent to, but then my bosses would. Like, they would advertise it, like, as part of getting new clients. They'd be like, oh, our people have worked with, you know, KPMG and Yahoo and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And that's why I was always slightly confused as to what was off limits or not. Okay, snails for the night is what we're actually doing here. Let's see, carpenter is there. Me saying the carpenter there has nothing to do with anything other than I was just getting my bearings as to where I am on the map. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. So I'm gonna go here.
Hey, are you feeling any better? If we storm Napoleon's stronghold, we win the game, you know. Beat Napoleon and everything.
Oh, that sounds like a grand plan, sir. But not on an empty stomach. I'm sure you understand.
Alright, so it showed me where the snails are. Sort of. Alright, I want to see that clip again, see if I can figure out where that was. Hold on.
Are you feeling any better? If we storm Napoleon's stronghold, we win the game, you know. Beat Napoleon and everything.
Oh, that sounds like a grand plan, sir.
The orchard.
But not on an empty stomach. I'm sure you understand.
Oh!
Where's the orchard? These bushes are weird, they're so tall.
Okay, Snails, it's time to serve the cause.
So be it.
Wow, if they talk, that's fucked up. I want to use something
If
to
it is
talk.
truly a time of war, then we are ready. We can no longer pull our heads into our shells and hide. We are, after all, armored warriors, and this is our land too. We may not be fast, but we always march upon the glittering path of righteousness, for we created ourselves from our hearts. Lead us onward, and let us eat holes in the leaves of Napoleon's garden.
Wow. Right on. Yes.
Oh, hey, QQ. How you doing? Thank you for the hydrate. I should move my rework queue over so I can see it better. There we go. That should make that better. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, I need a cork thingy. Alright, there's the escargot. Chef's all the way over there. Wow. Okay. Whoops, wrong button.
Charge!
Delicious!
How are you this morning,
I haven't
QQ?
had escargot like that since the Duchess's birthday. But even those were not so full of spirit. I am truly inspired. Come, let us storm Napoleon's stronghold and win this game for Fred Bonaparte. But do hurry. I believe I may be hungry again soon.
Alright, so I believe we needed to recruit another peasant. What did you do for New Year's, QQ? Also, I want to say, because somebody earlier had said that they were surprised that I was up. But I want to say, I'm also surprised that all of you are up, because I thought that I would be streaming to myself this morning, because it's New Year's Day. But I'm very happy to see that didn't happen. You are not boring, Packer fan. Don't even. Honestly, pandemic or no, I usually don't do anything. Oops. I usually don't do anything major for New Year's Eve. And honestly, part of the reason for that is because there's this third peasant house. So 5 years in a row, I worked in the service industry, either as a bartender, a regular waitress, like food waitress, and a cocktail waitress. And ended up working New Year's Eve like 5 years in a row. I think it was the years I was 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, no, 4 years in a row. So between 19 and 22, I had to work New Year's Eve. And working New Year's Eve, on the one hand, yes, I made a ton of money. On the other hand, it was horrible. It was so fucking horrible, especially a cocktail waitressing. Oh my god. Because the bars stay open extra long, but we all start early because of the parties. And that completely and utterly turned me off of New Year's Eve parties from the get-go. Yeah, I mean, at the time, I was so young and so poor, I couldn't not do it. It's simple, just be a dude and not have those problems. I mean, it wasn't just like gender hit on drunk guys things. It was also just the pure exhaustion of being on my feet and having these very physical jobs and then working from like 10-hour shifts basically. Because to prep for New Year's Eve, I would have to start earlier than a normal shift. And then, as I mentioned, like go later. At one point when I was cocktail waitressing, I think that was the year I was 21, I actually fell onto a table out of pure exhaustion. All right, hold on. I am going to save here and then AFK briefly for a bio break. I think I like this idea of burn down society. Yeah, so I think the reason that, like, what you guys were thinking was not the first thing that came to my head when it came to, like, New Year's Eve stuff is because I don't remember anything especially bad happening on New Year's outside of what I was normally used to working those types of jobs, which in and of itself is very unfortunate. But oh, how did I fuck up my pillows here? Oh, there we go. But also at the end of the day, like, I use the kind of shit your guys are talking about to pay for school. I will be honest about that. Like, to a point. I had my limits. But one of my favorite stories of what is, in my opinion, guys being fucking weird was when I bartended. And I bartended at this place in Waukesha, actually. That was a little hole-in-the-wall pub. And there were 3 factories nearby. And so most of the clientele was from the factories. Older gentlemen. I was working this job when I was 19 and 20. Because in my state, you can serve at 19 and 20, even though you can't drink until 21. So I'm like 19, 20 years old, and my clientele was mostly in their 30s and 40s. And this one guy apparently had a thing for really long hair. And I, at the time, had this like super long, I'm talking some Lady Godiva shit, length hair. 2 feet longer than what mine is right now. And mine's like down to there right now. And I always wore it up when I went to work, because bartending, you get hot and sweaty behind the bar. And he comes in this one day, and it must have been like close to midnight, and he's like, "How come you never wear your hair down?" And I told him why. Very honestly, I'm like, "It's hot and sweaty." Because I did not like play up the girly girl. I dressed girly girl, but I didn't like play it up with the attitude. And this conversation ended with him saying, "I will give you $50 if you let your hair down." I'm like, "All I have to do is let my hair down. You will give me $50. He says, "Yes." I'm like, okay. Next weekend, he comes in, right? The story's not even over. Next weekend, he comes in at like 8 or 9 in the evening, right? Again, this is a long time ago, so I don't remember the exact time. I just remember it was like much earlier than the time before. And he's like, "I thought we talked about this. You should let your hair down. It's super cute. Looks better." And I'm like, "Yeah, I thought we talked about this. It's hot and it's sweaty, and the last time I only did it because you paid me." He's like, "Okay, fine. I'll give you another $50 if you let your hair down." I'm like, no. It's like, it's not worth it, because now it's like early in the evening and it's going to be really hot and uncomfortable the whole night. Whereas last time I only had a couple more hours left. He's like, "Okay, fine. I'll give you $100 if you do it now." It's like, $100? Okay, fine. Gives me $100. I let my hair down. What is over there? Oh, it's that guy. Next weekend, he comes in and we go through the same song and dance. And so we keep having this negotiation. And what we settled on is that I would let my hair down at midnight for $50. I wouldn't do it sooner than that unless he gave me 100, which was too much for him to keep doing. So for like weeks in a row, I don't even remember how many weeks, he would come in, we would chit chat, he would tease me and try to get me to do it earlier. I never would. And at midnight, he would hand me $50 and I would let my hair down. I agree. Considering what I was being paid, I have a feeling that this was like a fetish level attraction. I don't know what that says about me, that I was willing to do it. But again, I was an undergrad. I was broke off my ass and supporting myself. And here was some guy who's handing me this money to just let my hair down. You also gotta remember, like, for me, those nights were great. Like, those were the nights I made rent. Because I was sharing a place with a friend. So rent was, you know, not too bad as it is when you split it. Because I would get this $50 from this guy. No, this guy would also tip me on the beers he ordered. And then, of course, there's everybody else in the bar who is, you know, tipping me for whatnot. So I would usually walk out of these nights making, like, anywhere from $200 to $300, depending on how many other people were also in the bar. Hey, Drowned Summer! You walked into quite the conversation. How are you? Welcome, friends. What were you playing? Where do I go? Also, if any of the raiders have played this game before, I will just throw this out there. I'm totally down with backseat gaming. Feel free to tell me what I'm doing wrong. And at the moment, I'm actually lost. I have to find one more peasant house. I've already done 2. And I literally just can't find it on the map. So if anyone has played this game and knows where I should go, feel free to tell me. I get lost easily. It's a thing. It's actually a thing in the real world too. Surprised I ever make it home. Pandemic's been good for that because I never leave home. Oh, how is the Blair Witch game? I have not played it. I haven't played it, and actually I haven't seen it either, although in theory I tend to like those types of games. Alright, I see fragments over there, so maybe that's where I need to go. It's surrounded by water? Ugh. I mean, getting lost in my own thoughts is par for the course if you have the job that I have. It's way more funny to tell stories about getting lost going to fucking Taco Bell when it's only a couple blocks away, but, you know, there we are. I don't know. Oh, no, I know what to do. I will get big because then I can get an overview. And that is how I will find where I'm going. Wrong button. Wrong button. There, come on. Ah. I wonder if it's right there. That's where I need to go. Seriously? This little hut. Like, do you mean that it was good enough that it would have sold without having that IP? Because I also feel like, I mean, this depends on the game, not across the board, but I have seen a number of games where I feel like they thought they needed that brand recognition in order to sell it. Oh my god, where's my quest log? All right, Packer fan, if you have any more advice for me, I'm here for it. The little... XCOM the Bureau. That's a good point. The Blair Witch Problem is not a top horror series name. Like, it had, with the first original one, they had that, that initial novelty push. But then after that, like, people really stopped talking about it completely. XCOM the Bureau, I don't know. I actually tried one XCOM game, and honestly, I couldn't, it's just not my cup of tea. Couldn't get into it. And Packer fan, the current problem is that I, let me bring up the quest log. Okay. I need to recruit another peasant to fight the new soldier. I've already recruited 2, alright? So I'm on the 3rd one. And the problem is I can't find him. So the little exclamation points telling me where to go are above this building right here. I'm gonna step back to see if I can get a better look at it. When I was big, I saw the exclamation points above this thing. But there doesn't appear to be a door or a peasant or anything here. And when I'm small, I can't get any exclamation points at all. There's also nothing around this property here. This seems to be, you know, part of this peasant's land. I don't see anybody. I don't know what to do. I'm so confused. It's also possible that maybe you just have a designer that really like fanboy fangirls over some IP, and so they want to do it in that world. Basically, they want to make that fan fiction. Which I could also see. Because as a fangirl of a couple IPs, there's a couple games that I personally would love to make. However, I will tell you right now that they are games that I will not make. Because of this conversation we are having, right? because I don't want somebody saying that about the game I would make. Also, that kind of self-indulgent design often does not go over well. Oh, I don't have the... by which I mean it often doesn't like sell well and whatnot, right? Those games tend to do poorly, so I would just not. All these apples up here. See it. I can see it. Oh, aiming hard. Ooh, there we go. Wow. All of these that I missed. Yeah, DVD was asking about achievement hunting earlier. Here it is. Woo! I'm at 39. Level 39. I have not unjammed the gears. I don't think. What gears? No, I don't think. I think that has not happened yet. That doesn't sound familiar, Packer fan. So drowned, back to what you were saying. So from the player perspective, I get what you're saying, right? And it almost feels like selling out a little bit, but also, I mean, if I'm working on something and, you know, somebody comes up to me like the owners of Friday the 13th, I mean, that's probably a bad example because I don't know, because I've never seen any of the Friday the 13th movies, so I'd probably be like, meh, I don't care. But let's say somebody, like if I'm working on something and say the like owners of the Supernatural IP came and approached me, I don't know that I could say no to them. I mean, it would depend on what kind of deal they're offering, of course, but, you know, I don't know. Ooh! To get this peasant's weapon, go to the left barn and swing up to the rope, get across to me to the other side, and then walk the tightrope and then climb up the pole and float across to get to the top of the barn, levitate over to the other climbable wall, and use the cobweb duster, burn the hips of the weapon, and then burn down the door. Yeah, thanks for dropping in, Drowned Summer. Always a pleasure. Happy New Year. Have fun lurking. Also, I get that. I often, after I raid someone, I say hello, say my hellos, and then lurk, because streaming is tiring, and also I'm usually fucking hungry. Okay, so this is a peasant that I don't talk to first, I take it, Packer fan. That's what it sounds like. Alright, go to the left barn. Left barn. I'm gonna... I'm gonna just make myself big again because that is the fastest way for me to find where I need to go. I can't figure out how to, so I'm guessing no. Unless I was at the wrong thing. Oh. I bet you I go here first.
Hello. I'm recruiting soldiers for the army of the caring and generous
I was at the
Fred
wrong
Bonaparte.
quest.
Weapon.
What?
Weapon. That's what I want. I'm not gonna die like the others, okay?
That's the spirit.
You get me my special musket, and I'll come out. I think I left it buried in some hay in that heavily guarded building over there.
No, no.
There it is. And that's why
Then
you
I'll
need the
sign
duster and
up and
everything
kill
else
me
we
some
talked about.
Napoleon lovers. Got it?
Alright.
Be
Excellent.
right back.
Oh, so this water is okay? Interesting. Look! No! Fuck! Ah. I know I passed that building before. No, don't go on the railing. Come on, dude. Is it those things? This doesn't look barns, though. Alright, I just want to see that cutscene again.
Hey, what was it you...
Weapon. Weapon. In the hay, in that building.
Right. Okay, stay put.
Ah, I didn't see the cutscene.
No. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no. No. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No.
I keep thinking that night is a building. Oops, whoa, 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 whoa. No. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out where the left barn is. I'm not gonna be able to go back around this way. Maybe this way. Gotta be good. Oh, over there. Over here? Oh, it is those buildings. I was thinking, now I just want to grab these things. I was thinking those didn't look like barns. That's why I turned away. Alrighty, so... Alright. Swing up to the rope. Okay, so that's I'm gonna go down here.
No.
Hey, Ultimate! Happy New Year!
no.
How are you? Why, thank you!
no.
How was your New Year?
No.
It did go fast. On the one hand,
No.
I feel like I can't believe 2020 is over, and on the other hand, I feel like it lasted 10 years.
No.
Psychonauts is pretty cool. I am enjoying it.
No.
I'm wondering, because like for where I am, everything went south in March. That's when campus closed and everything went to shit. So I'm wondering when I hit next March, which now seems closer than it ever should be.
No.
If I'm gonna actually feel like a year has passed. Alright, give me just a second here. I'm having trouble finding this one weapon, so Peckerfin, I am copying and pasting your directions into Word. So I don't lose them in the chat. Let's see. Shimmy to the other side, then walk on the tightrope. Climb up the pole.
No.
And float across the gate. This sounds like a nightmare. Now I gotta do the float thing again. I'm gonna... Oh, no. Oh. Yeah, I remember this time last year, the coverage of the outbreak in China too, and thinking to myself, wow, I'm glad I'm not in China right now. Because I've actually spent significant time in China. And then it just came here anyway, so it didn't matter that I wasn't in China. Alright, levitate over to... levitate over to the other climbable wall and use the duster. Alright. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how far I am in the game. Because I don't know... I don't know a whole lot about the game. I don't know how long it is. So let's see, the other climbable wall. Do they mean the other barn? I highly recommend it. It is, I mean, it's kind of cutesy, right? Woo! No! No! Fuck. Gotta be kidding me. No, actually, I think what I'm gonna do is get big, and then look at this from that perspective so that I actually know where I'm going. Anyways, what I was gonna say, like, it's an older game. It's obviously very cutesy, but I actually think it's pretty deep. And the mechanics are pretty good. It's a little... I've run into a couple bugs. I don't want to say it's a little buggy because I've seen much worse. But it is not without bugs.
Yep.
Alright, so let's see. If I... get up to this roof. I got that far. And then it says levitate over to the other climbable wall. It doesn't seem to be anything over here, so that tells me that the other climbable wall has got to be over on this barn. Probably this netty looking thing. I think that's what I want to do. And then I can maybe get into the barn through that top window. The tightrope is the rope on the drawbridge? So that's that little one down there. That's that. Why would I go on the roof then?
Word to the wise, give up while you can. Fred's gonna win. I can burn wood with my mind.
Or that would be how you say,
I actually didn't realize I'd be able to talk to this dude. I was actually trying to get small, which you can do by interacting there. So inside the tower, okay. You meant this tower, right? Not the other one? I also feel like this crisscrossy thing should be climbable. But it seems not to be. So at this point, are we just getting back to where I was before? No, jump off. Because I got here, and then I shimmied across this one, or this tightrope, right? Trying to get to the roof of the other barn. Okay. So my thought is, do I levitate over? Right? From here? Which makes me nervous, but here we go.
No. No.
Ah!
No. No. No.
Okay, so, but I have the right idea, correct? That was just poor execution. Is that where we're at? All right. I mean, at least I got this part down. Oh, are you serious? Fuck that shit. I spoke too soon. I'm all like, I got this part down, and then I fell. I feel like the camera angle on that does not in fact matter, but like for me to feel like I can make the jump, I need it. Okay, so if I just do a straight levitate, I don't get high enough. What if I get up here? No, that's really thin. I do.
No.
Ah!
No. No. No.
So irritating. So irritating.
Who? Ha!
Somebody outside is blasting what sounds like holiday music, which is honestly weird for this neighborhood. This is actually a pretty quiet neighborhood usually. So, because I'm on vacation, I've had the sofa sleeper that I'm laying on right now, open for a week, and I love it. My living room looks like a mess, but it's so comfortable and wonderful. But my roommate has made it very perfectly clear that she is tolerating this because I'm on vacation. And that she very much wants the bed put away when vacation is over. I just feel like sometimes I press the jump button and it doesn't register for real. And that's what's happening when you see me like just walk off a ledge. So I think what I want to do is I want to get over to this first roof, and then I'm going to take a moment to just kind of look at the architecture and figure out what I'm doing. No. Alright, here's what I need. I need to bio break. Because I'm obviously being very distracted right now, and that is not helping anything. So I will be right back. So I actually futzed with the camera for a minute because I thought maybe I could get a better angle on the bed. Because I realize with the way the camera is right now, you can't actually tell that I'm in an actual bed, can you? I suppose unless you, like, take note of the fact that the laptop is at the same level as my butt. Whoops! Woo! Tangled on cords. There we go. There we go. Oh. So despite the fact that I'm still using the heating pad, my neck actually feels significantly better from how it was before my vacation. But I feel like I want to keep babying it to make sure it's okay. And actually, you know what I want to do? I was looking to watch a video. Because I'm obviously having issues. Psychonauts. There it is. Hi. How are you, Fright? Also, I don't know if I've told you this before, but I think your name's really funny. I like that, Fright lol. I am straight up just looking at video because I cannot get this freaking musket. Ugh, that's better. I will admit, I'm watching this playthrough right now where this guy also fucked up several times. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that I'm not the only one. How are you doing tonight, Fright? Happy New Year? Okay. Now I get it. Now I get it. Which is nice to say. I'm not going to fuck it up at least once or twice, but here we go. I really appreciate that the backstory of Raz is that he grew up in the circus, which explains why he can do all this crazy shit. Rather than just being like, oh, he's just an uber person. Just appreciate the explanation for the training. I'm sorry this is taking so long. I feel like me fucking this up is breaking chat. I mean, that's fair. Doesn't everybody? I always multitask when I watch Twitch. I often watch people while I'm working. And then sometimes I'll even ask them questions about work. Like I do this especially a lot when I'm in the middle of making syllabi. Because I'll just randomly be in a channel. I'll be like, hey, if I wanted to teach blah, 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 or blah, blah, blah Do you think this or that should come first? In part because that is something I struggle with when it comes to syllabi. It's so difficult for me to conceptualize what should come before something else because everything seems so important and I want everything to be like, nope, get back up there, we're not ready, okay, hold on. Especially with the game design class. No, actually I shouldn't say that because it's the same in 277. I always feel like, oh, I want all of these things, you know, before the students have their first draft or before, you know, their paper is too far along or whatever. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to levitate so that I can get a very high jump and then do the parachute glide down. That's how. Oh. Or I can do that. Right.
No.
Didn't know that was going to be an option.
No.
Maybe I can do this and then glide. Ooh. Move over a little bit. That's fucking hot. I wish I could do that. I am not strong enough to do that. Fuck! I hate this. This is like literally at the part where like, I wish there was somebody else here and I could just pass over the controller and be like, here, do this for me. It's very rare that I feel that way. Problem is, like, my roommate, she's a gamer, but she's not super into digital games. She's much more into analog games, and I know she's never played this, so even if she was awake, which she won't be, I'm sure, until probably tonight, would not be able to help. And the only other living being in proximity to me right now is my cat, who is fast asleep on the couch. Apparently, so she was sleeping on the bed when I first got up here. And then when I came onto the bed to play, apparently the queen size bed was not big enough for the two of us. So she left and went to the couch. She is like that. Get some coffee. Take a deep breath. Yeah, Shrieker does not know how to share. This is why, like, not always, but I often will lock her out of my room at night because she will go right into the middle of my bed. And then when I try to get in, if I try to move her over, she will fucking bite me. And I'm like, bitch, this is my bed. Also, it's a queen size bed and she's like that big. That big. This is a queen size sleeper sofa. We can both fit. No, oh, I totally, that was way off. Speaking of Shrieker and sharing, I don't know if I ever told this story on stream or not, but Shrieker and I lived alone in an apartment before we lived in this place. And, and I have 2 couches. And so at night after work, when I would sit down to either play PS4 or watch TV, we just always had our own couches. Because she's a cat, I mean, she does snuggle sometimes, but she's very old and she prefers to be alone a lot also. So yeah, she got accustomed to just having her own couch, and then I moved in with a roommate, and of course I have a roommate, and we have 2 couches. Well, I have 2 couches. My roommate literally told me that one of the reasons she said yes to moving in with me is because I had a full house worth of furniture. She had nothing because she was moving out of the dorms. Yeah, in the first few weeks, Shrieker would come into the living room. My roommate and I would be, you know, either playing games, watching TV, and she would just yell, for lack of a better word. She's a very bitchy meow. We know when she's unhappy. She'd sit right in between the 2 couches, look at one, look at the other, and then just kind of yowl at us, like, where's my spot? She eventually learned that on both couches, one full size, one love seat, there is in fact enough room for both a human and a cat. I hate this, but like, this is it. Like, I'm stuck. I need to get past this or I can't finish this fucking board. I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. I feel I'm at the point now where it would actually be good for me to step away from this part. You know, do something else and then come back, but I think this is like the last thing I need to do here. When I move over to the middle and I do that, mechanically that has no effect. That's totally a psychological thing of me wanting to be centered so that I don't like hit the wall or miss the rope. I did this before. Several times. It doesn't make any sense. Now all of a sudden I can't make the jump. I feel like this is the fucking Letho fight from Witcher, which it should not be, by the way. It shouldn't be. The first Letho fight is what I mean. In Witcher 2, that was... Okay. So a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to save right here. And if I fall again, I'm going to start back here, so I don't have to do that inside shit. I think it'll help with the frustration. Because the thing is the more frustrated I get, I feel like the worse I feel like I play, which is why I really want to step back from this. But at the same time, I don't think I can because I think this is the last thing on the fucking board. All right. Next. That's not actually what I wanted to do, but here we are. Okay. So if I swing up and jump and levitate down, that should be, in theory, a thing that I can do. The physics in my head look sound. Nope. I should have not levitated. I bet you I would have just jumped right over. All right. So first off. My little scum say, yeah, I wanna load that game. What the fuck is this fresh hell? Oh, I hate you.
Who's winning?
Nobody's winning. Want to know who's losing? The Bonaparte family.
Look, I forfeit, okay? You win. Napoleon Bonaparte wins again.
Is that the real Napoleon Bonaparte?
Yeah, I'm actually...
Shut up! Stop! I don't even want to be here. But when this... I was forced to take control, and I will...
No, really, great-great-great-grandpa Napoleon. A ton.
Your move.
That is so disappointing. So disappointing that it won't just load me right at that spot. Also, now where is it? What is this shit all jumping around like a weirdo? Oh my god, and now this isn't even cleared? Okay, scum saving was actually the wrong choice.
No.
Unless I didn't load the wrong game, did I?
No.
Hold on, let me see. Yep, no, that is where I am. Ugh.
No.
So these designers are against scum saving. Yes, okay, I see. Way to encode your morals into the game. Which is exactly what that is, too. You realize that, right?
No.
That means there's gonna be more bad guys on the roof, too.
No.
Me and my ADD brain. I just realized today's Friday, which means that tomorrow morning when I wake up, I need to put the sleepers over back because my vacation's over. I don't wanna. Oops, wrong one. That went poorly. He's so sad, it's so comfortable. Then again, it's also so sad because I have to go back to work. Oh, and get this shit. Packer van. You probably don't know this. I mean, granted, it doesn't affect you, so what would you care? But there's no spring break this semester. So this little vacation that is about to end after today is the last break I'm gonna get until May. Yeah. So spring break was canceled because of the pandemic. They don't want all the students going off to, you know, wherever, and then coming back to campus. Which I understand. I get, like, I understand their reasoning for doing that. So I'm not really mad at them, but I'm going to miss it. Like, as a student and a professor, spring break, like, allowed me to get through spring semester. I don't know how I'm going to do this without it. I really don't. I gonna make it? Oh, fucking so close! Oh, son of a bitch. And yeah, so usually what I would do for spring break is I would use half of it to catch up on work. Because again, as both a professor and a student, I was always behind. I'm really bad personally with procrastinating. I will always get everything done on time, but like I would do a lot of all-nighters at the last minute. Not that I advocate for that, it's just I have a time management problem. So yeah, so I'd use the first half of spring break to catch up, which meant that I wasn't like utterly killing myself in the second half of the semester. And then after that catch up, because that was always very intense, I would just take like the other half of it to just breathe, sleep, you know, self-care. And spring semester, I feel like it's especially important because spring semester to me always feels harder than fall. I suspect that it's because for fall, I'm just coming off of summer, right? So I'm all, you know, fresh and ready to go. I always have a like fairly long, you know, break, obviously summer. But winter break is never enough, and there's a lot of excitement with Christmas and what. So it feels like less of a break. And then spring semester, for some reason, when I was an undergrad and grad student at least, was always a week longer. I don't think that's true at Madison. But that also didn't help. Or no, it's not. It was because of spring break. I don't know. It just always felt harder. My roommate says the same thing. I don't know if it's just an us thing or if you felt the same way, Packer fan, but having spring break also be harder, I don't know. I'm not looking forward to not having spring break. I think it's going to be hard. Is that how it was in your program? Because when I was an undergrad, there was so much leeway in when you took things. No, I guess that's not true. Because sometimes you could take the harder classes, like you could skip a spring and take it in the fall, because you could rearrange classes a lot. But there were certain classes, especially higher level ones, that would only be offered in spring. So you were more likely to have a harder semester in spring versus fall. Oh, nope, that was not. I thought I could not levitate and make that. I think that was wrong now. All right. I was originally supposed to teach a new culture class this spring, but we're it's being pushed to fall. We ran into this like awkward thing with the classes. Just a few things all happened at once, where one of the profs had a research thing, so he wasn't teaching, and then we got a new prof, but because when somebody comes in new, you don't just dump all the classes on them right away. And then because I also teach a restricted freshman class anyways, what happened is there was a whole, and then I had a renegotiation of contract and when I was teaching what, which is all to say that we like need to offer 2 sections of Game Design 1 in order to meet demand, and I have to do both of those because the other prof has to do sections of Game Design 2 because we now have a backlog of students that want to go into that. But this is just kind of pushing the problem down the road because we also then, because the culture class is coming in the fall, that's one less Game Design 1 class I'm teaching in the fall. Yeah, no, I know that classes build on each other as time goes, but I just meant like, for example, and this is, okay, so when I was an undergrad, a lot of the upper level classes would only be offered in spring. So you had, and that was in anthropology. You didn't really have a choice. But like in the program I teach now, Game Design 2, which builds on Game Design 1, for example, is offered in the fall and the spring. So even if you were like starting, you know, if you took Game Design 1 in the fall, you could take a semester off and then just take Game Design 2 the next fall. Oh, yeah, the every other year thing. So when I was a student, the every other year thing annoyed me to no end. Now that I am a professor, i.e. on the other side of that, I now understand why they do that. And it's literally just because there's so many things that need to be taught. And you know, each individual professor can only teach so much in a given semester. It's actually really hard to fit all of these in. But then it sucks for the students. And again, like I ended up actually taking, so it took me 4.5 years to graduate because there was this one last class that I needed and I just couldn't get it in the 4 years, and so I had to go for that extra semester, just because it was offered every other year. And I know that if you're really careful, you can plan around that, but like when I was a student, what happened is I didn't declare, so I did not go in thinking I was going to take a major in anthropology. I declared anthropology at the end of my junior year. So then, of course, I'm trying to fit in all the last minute requirements at the last minute. And it wasn't... The funny thing is like the last 2 semesters, I wasn't even a full-time student. Which my advisor was like, oh, you should take more classes to be a full-time student. And I'm like, fucking why? Like, literally, the only reason I'm going to be here for 2 more semesters is because this class is not offered until 2 semesters later. I think because of that, also probably because I'm closer to having been a student than some of my colleagues are. Because I'm actually one of the younger people. Oh, the new guy we hired, I'm not sure how old he is, but up until the new guy, I was definitely on the younger end in the department, right? So closer to being a student. And I live with a student, you know? My roommate is a student. So I try very hard to do what I can, basically to accommodate. Not that other people don't also, but I think sometimes some of my colleagues forget what it's like. You know? Trying to do all of these things that we ask of our students. That's why, so while you were still a student, one of the reasons the time for the game design classes kept changing is because I kept doing that. Because I was trying to find a time, or times, plural, where it wouldn't conflict with the art classes or the comp sci classes that were also required for the certificate, or that were required for the CS major, since so many of the certificate people are majoring in CS. Yeah. I think I've settled on a schedule for the design classes, at least, that works with everything. So I'm going to try to not change those anymore. I'm glad. I try. I mean, I personally see that as part of my job. Not all professors do. Now, what I'm gonna say does not apply to my department, because my department in general is really, I mean, we're in the School of Education, so everyone takes education very importantly. But before I came here, yeah, so I have actually, and I still am doing this, I have been talking and trying to work with the art department to fix that, what happened to you, so that it stops happening, because there are at least a handful of students who I know who didn't get the certificate because of the art issue. And I mean, at the end of the day, the problem is that there's not enough teachers. And at the moment, we can't, it's not my department, I can't afford more teachers. But, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so, you know, I worked at a couple of places, because I started teaching before I graduated, so I worked part-time at a couple of colleges and universities before I graduated, and like, I swear to God, so, like, I've literally met professors who just don't even like teaching, or who openly don't like undergrads, and I just feel like, dude, this is literally your job. Like, what are you doing? And I get it. They're there for the research, you know? That's what they want. That's all that they want. And don't get me wrong, I love research. Absolutely love research. But I also actually like teaching, and I think that it's very important. I think it's also one of the things I really like about my current job, my current department, is because when I want to do things, yes, that I want to do because they're important for teaching, my department is there for it. They're like, yes, do this thing because it's good for teaching. And I love that support. The support I get from my current department is just fantastic. I mean, and that will commonly happen in departments that get really big because because it's the most popular major.
Got it.
Which gives them the funding to be able to hire these research-only professors. And, you know, that's what happens. Alright, so I think I need to actually set this stuff on fire. Let's put it there. It's not necessarily bad to have research-only professors. Like, there's a lot of benefit for that to the department. I actually applied for a research professor only position at one time. I got pretty far. They flew me out, got the interview, somebody else got it above me. The guy who got it above me is a good guy. Do I want to go down? Looks like I have to. But then you have to hire enough people to do the teaching, you know. You can't do that and then forget about teaching.
Yep. Hey, look, a musket. I'll bet I could arm our troops with that.
Well, fucking A, I did it, which is really awesome. I was actually getting worried that I would not be able to complete that before I gave up and stopped stream. But I really did not want to not finish that before stream. Thank you. Okay, so now I should go back to that peasant. Let's see, that peasant was... Great. I really gotta buy that thing where the it like it's like a magnet for these things. I don't remember how many arrowheads I needed for that.
Okay, there's your special musket. Ready?
All right, now I'm all set to go rob that stupid carpenter.
What? I got you that gun so you could fight Napoleon's army, not the carpenter.
I've been trying to break into his house for days now, but he's always got a fire going, so I can't get down his chimney.
Well, could you just fight this one lousy soldier first? He's kind of in the way anyway.
Okay, but just as practice. Where is he?
Oh, thank goodness. Alright, where's the thing? There's the thing.
Ow! Ow!
Alright, where are we putting you? Where's the soldier? There's the soldier. 1, 2.
Cool musket, huh? Oh, wait. Have to reload here.
Die! I kill you!
But how? Retreat! Everyone into the stronghold! Blast the drawbridge immediately! Jam the mechanism with something! Anything!
Hey, you can't jam the gears. That's cheating.
All is fair in love and war. You have fought well, but that is far as you shall go, my friend.
Ha! We'll see about that. Fred? Was that you? Yeah, come on, we're winning. All we have to do is unjam those gears.
No.
I'm on it, General.
Cool, so those are the gears you were talking about earlier. Whoops! Ha! Okay. I'm hoping to get a little more health, like so. Someone let me fire across the water. They can fire across the water. It's so unfair. Okay, there's the thing. Jamming the gears, I mean. I just felt like, for good measure, I should burn it. Nope. There is stuff over there. Therefore... I wonder if I can do the same thing with the big guys here. Maybe I need to be big. That really didn't help.
Agent Queller, do you have any advice on the current situation?
We're gonna have to infiltrate the grounds of the stronghold and see if we can't get the drawbridge down for Fatty.
Nothing more to report at this time.
Crawler out.
Yeah, they're not gonna let me just go small here. Stupid blue thing. Nope. Fuck. Oops. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh, at least I know how to get over there now. I don't know if it's the right way over there, but it is a way.
Yep. Watch it.
Chain Blast. Your side blast will bounce from one enemy to the next, damaging up to 3 nearby enemies at once. Yay.
No. No.
That guy looks glitched. Or not. Ah, fuck. How about I mentioned lately, I really hate jumping puzzles. Ah!
Watch it!
God damn it, I'm not here for it. God, at least I got one down. Jeez. Shouldn't be this hard. Alright, I gotta buy a break. Weird. The chat on my laptop cleared. Huh. I really want to finish this board. Because I want it to be over. I'm done with it. I'm so over it. Let me check. So I'm actually pretty sure that I know what I need to do, but a lot of times just seeing it helps. All right, so far this is everything I did. Oh, interesting. This person is trying to not fight the sensors, which is interesting. And oh, nope, they gave up on that strategy. Yes, okay, did that. Beat that. Oh, so this person's a higher level than me. I wonder if that makes a difference. Maybe not. It's hard to tell sometimes. I feel like it won't because I feel like my problem is that I'm bad at jumping puzzles. Oh, they tried to take the cannons out. It was not successful. I don't think you can before being on the rope, because you're not close enough. Cannons, however, can shoot you through the white rod sticking out. That sucks. That was not, in fact, helpful, other than it just makes me feel better that I'm like, yes, I am doing what I need to be doing. All right.
Watch it!
He did put the knight over by the drawbridge for some reason. That was not relevant to the part I'm on right now, but I'm going to move it just in case because my guess is it's going to become relevant later. And that's probably why that happened. So let's see, definitely coming at this from behind, which puts us here. Fuck! So what I need to do is I need to do the levitate off the rope. To get over to the cannon. I'm actually really irritated at this point that I can't scum save. Oh, hey, I just saw the hydrate. Thank you. Fuck me. You know what? I think it's been 4 hours and I'm really sick of jumping puzzles. And I need to take a break from this. So I think I'm gonna call stream here. I will save. And let's see if there's anyone around to raid. Sound fun? I wonder if people are going to be oh god, I hate it when my side thing doesn't come up. There we go. As suspected, fewer people on my list streaming today than usual. So if anybody has any new friends they want me to raid, I'm here for it. Maybe I should see who else is streaming Psychonauts. Maybe I can get some tips. Apparently this is not a very popular game on Twitch. Wow. It's really not. How about Psychonauts 2? There's nobody streaming it. Wow. That, Alright, here's what we're gonna do then. Cause, I don't know. Gotta do a poll. Oh, totally should have ran a prediction today. Forgot about that. Alright, so our choices are Super Smash Brothers. Or, what was the other one? I predict you'll run a prediction in a future stream. That is very likely. It's okay, Packer fan. No need to be sorry. I think I'm running a poll. My laptop is not being very cooperative, however. Cool, 100% for Little Nightmares. It is decided. All right, Thanks everybody. So yeah, so vacation is over tomorrow, which means I will be streaming Witcher on Sunday. Not sure I'm gonna do much better than I did today because yeah, taking time off from games means I forget how to play. Hilariously. Awesome. I look forward to seeing you, and I also really look forward to get back to Witcher. You know me, I love Witcher. Yeah, and then WoW on Monday, and so on and so forth. I am looking at tweaking the schedule for the new semester, but that probably won't happen till later in January, just so you know. So, you know, starting today, for the next at least 2 or 3 weeks, we can plan on regular schedule of Sunday, Monday, Friday. I also may or may not add in a campaign planning stream since I'm going to try GMing for the first time this semester. But as of right now, I can't figure out a good time for that to happen. So I don't know about that yet. We'll see. As always, if anyone has thoughts on that, let me know in Discord. I always consider other people's thoughts, even if I don't take it. So, thanks. Bye. Mwah.